The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough, join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Perk's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Ooh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh please, the puppies need me. Oh please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.
Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Good morning, Dr. Barry. I hope you're well. I had so much fun hanging out with you. Y'all be sure and sub to Dr. Barry. She's wonderful. Her channel's great. She comes on. We'll be getting together again. We're going to kind of figure out how this week goes with the trial and whatnot. So thank you for dropping the ones, everybody. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, mods. Hello, Tori. Thank y'all for being here. I greatly appreciate y'all. And I greatly appreciate you, Sofa Squad. I hope y'all had a wonderful, a lovely weekend. And yes, today we'll be streaming all day long. Hey, Crystal. Yeah, definitely go check out Dr. Barry. You're going to, and her and I collab. We've done it a few times now. She's great. You'll love her insights, her humor, her all the things. Hold on, I'm gonna meet you while I sip it from the cup. Hey Sandy, how's it going? Jason, Leslie. Oh, you know what, Leslie? I got so Sunday when I collabed with Dr. Barry. Speaking of Dr. Barry, I was like, you know what? I've got to collab with Dr. Barry. I forget what my reasoning was about Monday, but regardless, I was like, I'm going to get my pumpkin spice latte to drink while I collab with Dr. Barry. And it made everything just wonderful. It was all the things I hoped it to be. So yeah, it was great. So what we're going to be doing today is we are going to be obviously streaming day 10 of the Donna Adelson trial. Now at lunchtime, we're going to be reviewing Jeff Lacasse's interview that he did with the police. True Crime Metrics, their channel was nice enough to let me use their video. And so I recorded videos of it for the main channel yesterday. So those will come out like later this week. And then at our little lunchtime, we won't be able to get through the whole thing because it's, I think, 2.5 hours, but maybe we'll break it up, like some today and some tomorrow, whatever. So we'll be viewing that. Now, where we're at in the case, and I'm sorry, in the trial, and let me go look over at the screen real quick. Hold on. Okay, we're still waiting on court TV. It's not gone yet. And I don't know if Tallahassee Democrat didn't have their live set up yet a minute ago when I looked. There you are. So the state has rested. So we'll be starting off with the defense doing that thing. I forget what they call it. Y'all can drop in the comments if you know. Where they're like, hey, we want you to throw the trial out because of blank. and usually the judge says nope, and then they keep going, and the defense is going to present their case. So this is obviously the whole case has been interesting, right? And I'm very interested to see what the defense presents. Very intrigued to see this. You know, will we see Charlie on the stand? Will they call other people back up? You know, it's going to be very interesting. If you want my sofa speculation so far of what I've seen, and again, I'm not looking at it through like a let's say a tactical lawyer version, whatever. I think she's smoked. I think she's deep fried. I think she's crispy. Okay. I think she's done. Right. And it kind of shocked the rest of her family's not in jail with her yet. But Donna's the one on trial. She's the one who's up for it. I think she's crispy around the edges at this point. Okay. It's just, it's way I learned a lot. Now let me rewind. Okay. I did not watch the other trials front to back like I've done this one. Okay. I have not watched them, so there's that. So for me, when I say this, I've learned a lot of things I didn't know about the case in this one, or heard a lot of stuff I hadn't heard fully. That's what I mean. Y'all might be like, who followed it? Like, oh no, Paul, they did this in Charlie's trial, whatever. I wasn't unaware of some of the things that I've learned in this. And so I'm like, oh, wow. Okay, this is very, very, very damning evidence against her. So, and when I say I'm kind of surprised she took it to trial, I find myself saying that a lot of times. But again, with Donna, it's almost like this. She clearly knew something was coming down the pipeline. I mean, we hear this is obvious, right? She's on the phone. She's doing this. She's booking trips. You know, her and Harvey, they're getting called at the airport. Well, then on top of all that, hold on one second. She, you know, plans a trip and all this type of stuff. Okay, so for her, think about this. If they offer Donna any kind of a plea deal, like here's 15 years, hey, Amy, here's 20 years, whatever it is, it's a life sentence, right? Any sentence for her of this kind of magnitude of charges is a life sentence. So she's one case where it's like, yeah, what do you have to lose? Take it to trial. Do I think that if she was 40 and could potentially be looking at, say you're 40 and somebody offered you 10, 15, 20 years to plea out, you would walk, if you did okay in prison, you would walk back out. You would have some years ahead of you. You know what I'm saying? Like to whatever. Not the case with, hey, Helen, not the case in this situation. So she's one of the rare circumstances. I'm like, yeah, what do you got to lose? Take it to trial. What could happen? They give you a life sentence. Well, you were gonna get it anyways. Now, so let me rephrase. Go back. Do I think that Donna, if she was 40, would have still done this? Yes, because I think that Donna and Charlie and probably Harvey, and we don't hear this, you know, anything from him really. I think they're just the type of people that are like, they don't have any evidence. They don't have any evidence. They don't have the right stuff. The police did this wrong. They're very insanely entitled, you know. And so that's been the part where I'm just like, it's so fascinating in these trials that we watch, to watch people who are so utterly convinced and entitled that they can talk their way out of the absolute heap of BS that they have created. I mean, it is bad. I've been working on, I'm going to be doing videos on, what is his name? Nick Cassodi. He just got convicted of,
Principal instruction requires that in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial, that there is competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime. Specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on what was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site for the Williams case is 314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough. And so in the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects. Daniel Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanowa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendi lady to get her kids back. Luis Rivera testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee. During both of those trips, according to Mr. Lacasse, Wendi Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both of those trips, Mr. Lacasse was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter. There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanowa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
Your client did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to get to that.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is that Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson told Jeff Lacasse that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendi Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendi Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson told Mr. Lacasse that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation was denied. There is no statement in evidence whatsoever that Donna Adelson was either aware of that, or said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBanowa was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Catherine McBanowa went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sigfredo Garcia. She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear. She said a couple days later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was pledged. She did not say that she did. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions and used the last name Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McDaniel at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an owner. After Mr. Markel was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Charlie kept up the lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendi. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendi and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not been at the murder?
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Please do.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions. The emails, the text messages, the testimony, no one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that Donna Adelson vented to Charlie Adelson about how Markel treated Wendi. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013 email to her parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer for relief in that grandmother motion. It was not to prevent Donna Adelson spending time with the boys. It was to spend, or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact. So even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks. She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead, please. But
what she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principle to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody is treating their daughter is not the same as asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that, I know that the state's argument or belief is that the birthday gift is a murder. The birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count 1.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't involved in the execution. All of those, the after the fact things, yes, it might be relevant to consciousness of guilt. However, it doesn't overcome the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today, there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
Response from the state.
In considering this JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges, the state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendi and the grandsons can come to live in Miami where she is, and she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive, when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We also heard from Rob Adelson and heard that she told him not to talk to the FBI, and when he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened. It's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe. and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here. We also heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson. And we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes. And she tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article that she was handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence. And the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder, that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case. And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendi's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendi about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone. They don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside, to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place. Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with McBanois' testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms.
Yes,
Diggins, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence. Even if there was only circumstantial evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Miss Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no, she said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Miss Bernhardt, and even writing a script for Miss Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have we also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016, where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict. And within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, you know I'm next, but that won't happen, and I'll take care of that. And then going to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial evidence combined with the direct evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right, the legal standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, a defendant admits the facts and evidence and every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred from the evidence. As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just a moment. Judge, there was an issue that you, Your Honor, raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
Incoming Paul voice. She's like, look, I gotta hit this aqua bottle of something before I walk up there now. Donna's over there talking about Harvey, I thought you said the lawyer said if I got a 90%, you were driving me to Vietnam yourself. And look here, I've already lost. You've betrayed me and you've broken my heart, Harvey. I hope everybody's having a good morning. I hope y'all are doing well. Harvey's over there like, oh, Lord, I don't know where the car is. I really don't even know where I'm at either. Wow, these people in my living room. They're out by there doing secret stuff. Yeah, y'all. I woke up with a headache. I skipped the gym. I was like, I can't today. I was like, it's all I can do to get this going over here. My headache's gone though, but I just didn't sleep well. I went to sleep at like 9, woke up at 11:30, ready to go, like 2.5 hours later, right? I was like, this will never do, Harvey. It'll never do. The judge wasn't having any of this. Judge was not having any of this. He was like, have y'all been in the same courtroom as me? Hey, Audra, good morning. Oh, gosh. Hold on, let's see. NRH says, and good morning, NRH. Did you see Tanika's video on Charlie's transport to the Florida jail? It ended with a quick trip to the Wendy's across the street from jail and where Charlie whooped. Oh, no, I'll have to watch it. Oh, my goodness. I love it. Wait, Charlie whiffed that Wendy's burger and said, I wonder if that's a signal to Wendy or just a coincidence. It is funny they went to Wendy's, right? He was probably like, any place but Wendy's. Okay, McDonald's. Okay, the Chick-fil-A's. Okay. He was probably just excited to have some outside food. You know what I'm saying? They could have driven him to like the last remaining Hardee's. Oh, you know what? I was talking to a friend last night in Greensboro, and he was like, "We just got we just got Whataburger. I say I'm Whata, but it's Whataburger. He's like, we just got Whataburger here. He was like, he sat in the drive-thru for 45 minutes to get a Whataburger. Now I was like this. I was like, I've only had them in Texas. And so I was like, yeah, definitely. It's a different, like I liked them, right? And they were good. Like it's a different taste than anything we have around here. So, but it's interesting to me that we're getting them here because I don't even think we have one. Do we have Whataburger here in the Raleigh-Durham area? Do you know? We do not. We're not fancy. We're not fancy. Yeah, see, we have, okay, so here's my beef with Hardee's. And when I say beef, scared me to death. I'm being dramatic, obviously. So when I was growing up, Hardee's was the only fast food restaurant in my hometown forever. Okay. And we eventually got like, a rundown Subway, but I'm talking like for a hamburger complex, whatever, it was only Hardee's. And the same Hardee's stays there and it's like a time capsule. It looks exactly the same. So around where I'm at, Hardee's are usually kind of like, how's that still open? You know what I mean? Like there's just, you never see anyone at them. Now I'll say this, Hardee's coffee, their little breakfast. Like when I think of Hardee's, I think of biscuits and coffee. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I also think of California raisins. If you know, you know. But that's what I associate them with. So anything else, but I'm just like, how no one's ever at them, right? I mean, around here at least. We have Five Guys, and I haven't been there in probably years. Number one, I can't I don't know how much it is now. I can guarantee you if I went there to feed two people and I'm talking burger and fries, it would be over $50. And it was that way before. I'm not talking like, I can't imagine what it would be now. Yeah, Hardee's biscuits Culver's is good. I know the California raisins, the original, they were so cool. That when I think so, a nostalgic childhood thing for me, and thinking of that Hardee's in Pittsburgh, California raisins, going and getting those, the cinnamon biscuit in the morning, the coffee, all the vibes. KFC biscuits are so good. Oh my gosh. The honey butter chicken. That sounds so good, Tori. What you doing? Everyone's very cuddly and sleepy this morning. So at lunchtime, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be watching Jeff Lacasse's interview with the police. True Crime Metrics has been nice enough to let me use it. And I'll put some videos of it out on the main channel as well. And yeah. I've not been to Grandy's. It's okay. Good morning, Emily. I hope you're well. Hey, come on. You can come over here. He's not going to get you. But, come here. You want to get under the covers? Okay, can we all get settled? There we go. Okay. They just redid this. So there's a Burger King near here. Pardon me. And yeah, I'm talking, bless their hearts, just run down. Okay. And they'd actually kind of just redone it. Well, when I tell y'all, when you drove by, they had that thing stripped down to the studs. Okay. I'm talking gutted. And they redid it, and you're kind of like, just think of how all fast food chains have gone to this very generic corporate but updated look or whatever. But this one needed it. Okay. But the same little lady works in there anytime I've gone, which I mean is probably twice in the last 5 years. So I'm being dramatic when I say every time I go. But she was so sweet that worked the window there, you know. But I don't know. Anyways, so right now, if you're just joining, they just did the motion to dismiss. Clearly didn't go their way. And by that, it'd be the defense. And so the defense, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to present something. What if they come up here and they say, okay, we rest, the defense rest, closing statements, closing arguments, I mean, whatever. For me, again, I think she's cooked. I think she's smoked. I think she's deep fried. Okay. So, hold on, let's do this. We're going to get a little poll going. Is Donna deep fried or walking free? Bam. Beer battered, deep fried, crispy, crinkle fry on the edge of the air fryer that got burnt up. I'm talking cooked. I put yes or no. We're just trying not to get through. We're just trying to get through. Oh, let's do another one. Hold on. We're just trying not to throw up over here. We're just trying not to throw up. That's all we're trying to do. Okay, let's try that again. No. It's always a very dramatic time of the day when the garbage men come outside with the dogs. This is a highlight of the day. I appreciate it. Hush. The equilibrium of the sanctuary has been disturbed. Luke. No. Hold on. Anybody read lips? We can see what they're saying. George is like, look. He's like, look, there's only two things of honey buns for the jurors back there. I was told we would have Cheetos, or what are the things that lady got? Cheez-Its. I don't want to send the jury back to deliberate, which is honey buns. We need some kind of crispy cheese snack. And George is like, I don't think it's going to take him that long. Say, Judge, I'm telling you, Juror 15 ate 3 honey buns last break. We're going to run out. Hush. Shh. Shh.
Please bring in the jurors.
Donna's like, listen, this doesn't go my way, you're next. I'll get my Charlie to cut a check. We'll get TV repairs on all of you jurors. I know where you live. I know your addresses. TV repairs for you, and you will all getting TV repairs. Yeah, Magbuana, I mean, she could be at home right now devising her next crime, right? You know, it's just she kicks herself every day for that.
Yes. Okay. Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
I hope everyone had a good, restful, long weekend. At this point in time, we are going to begin with the defense's case in chief. Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Morning. Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can
yes,
hear.
ma'am.
Okay. If you could tell us your name and then spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Anne Elizabeth Cunningham, ANNE-ELIZABETH, Cunningham, CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida,
Okay.
and New Jersey.
Okay. So you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Okay. Do you know Donna Adelson?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you known Miss Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay. And how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me.
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and
Okay.
Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay. And what is his name?
Ronald Gutterson.
Okay. And so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay. And when you said they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay. All right. Very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay. And then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay. And from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay. And when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in Southeast Florida,
Okay.
Aventura.
All right. And was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay. Socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years.
Very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to
And I have
try.
a bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak. Okay. So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. But still continued to spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met two of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendi
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendi, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many years?
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
Thank you.
Incoming Paul voice. I mean, it's just like these are just character witnesses. Adelson's probably told her, look, you've got free dentures, free teeth cleanings for life. You get up there, you say that Donna was good. She had you over, okay? Maybe you came over a couple of times a week for dinner, right? Okay. You do all that. You say she couldn't harm a fly. Maybe there's a grand piano in it for you, okay? I'm just saying. At minimum, teeth whitening, dentures, yours. No cost. They're just hawking stuff off. Yeah, Dr. Barry says maybe a grand piano. Everybody's. If Donna walks free, I can tell you the jury has been slipped notes are all going to baby grand piano. That's how you know that's true, because that is a very Donna thing to offer somebody. I got a baby grand piano. It's so over the top, so dramatic, right? It's a form of bribery. Do you know how much those things are? Harvey got that for me. I don't want to let it go, but look, my freedom has a price tag on it. Yeah, you know they did something, right? You know they did something. Oh, if I was a dental, well, you know, like their patients, especially, I'm guessing Charlie's, probably got some pretty shoddy work. Because Charlie, I mean, anytime we see Charlie, he's planning a murder, right? I mean, the patients are just sitting and, wait, hold on.
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds as to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. With respect to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over these, I guess, 15 years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendi was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered.
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never,
Ever say she wanted him to be harmed?
never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she,
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never,
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about it?
never.
Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay. And she's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes,
There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives. Did she give them advice?
yes,
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
absolutely.
Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Home phones like landlines?
Sometimes,
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
many times,
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes,
And in your travel overseas, did you ever use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you, when are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free.
Yes.
Okay. Did you use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No,
I want to talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
yes, I do.
Okay. And can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Please continue.
may
It
we
is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
Incoming Paul voice. What? I just had a song stuck in my head. It's the Reading Rainbow. Isn't that how it goes? The Reading Rainbow. Isn't that how it goes? Come on now. Come on, Lou. Let's go. Break it down. We're talking. Reading Rainbow. Yeah, I'm gonna break it down with the Reading Rainbow. I don't know where I got that from. I don't know why that even jumped into my brain. Oh, heavens to Betsy, y'all. So here's the thing. I'm not sure where. I get she's wanted to paint Donna as a regular. This is not. She wouldn't harm a fly. I knew her. I traveled with her. I was intimate, not intimate, but like when you're traveling, like the relationship this lady's describing with Donna. This is a very personal relationship when you're traveling overseas with another couple doing this kind of stuff. It is what it is, Luke. And so I see the point of it, but again, we'll see what their defense is. We'll see what the defense is. We'll see what it is. I guess what I was going to say is is this where we're starting off at? But but I'm like, maybe they'll have some kind of bombshell. This is like the foundation for some bombshell they're going to drop. Because again, what the jury has seen evidence wise, in my opinion, is completely opposite of what this lady is saying, right? It's completely, this lady is described into different people and different perceptions. You can be different things, right? So Donna can be presenting all this like kind of evilness behind the scenes, but then also be kind of decent, like to her. It's like, oh no, she never would threaten. She never did this. She never did that. But that's where the jury's going to have to decide, like, this is so opposite. That this just, to me, so far feels like a friend getting up here for their friend and helping them out, and being like, and who knows, maybe they were providing her free dental stuff, and she was like, I gotta get my paycheck up here now. Who knows? I bet, pardon me, I bet she's nervous. Here we go. They're doing their Pizza Hut order.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendi and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because
And
she did not know who had shot him.
okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
Okay. During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still was she still very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little point in time. Did you continue to stay in contact with Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case. Okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
It was, no.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course, it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay. There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Sustained.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
Yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, moving forward, did you become aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted of the offenses with which he was charged?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that, well, you knew their grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? No, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where after the verdict that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay. And did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning this?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions, did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
Okay, y'all. So this right here. Hold on, Luke. Leave Jake alone. Look. All the shh, 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 shh. Everybody's sleeping but you. There's no need. Jake doesn't want to play. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, they're just, here's the thing. She's like, well, I didn't watch the trial. I didn't do this. I mean, I could see being like, she has to be somewhat familiar with it, right? I mean, come on. I mean, I just feel like they're going to see this and be like, she doesn't know the whole story. She's essentially just Donna's, which is what it is. I mean, there's nothing wrong. She's Donna's friend. So, yeah, Luke wants to play, and everybody else is literally just like snoozing. His brother is under the covers looking at him, but Luke's trying to get Jake to play, and Jake's sleeping next to me. Yeah, good morning, Amanda. Amanda says, can you imagine a close friend of your son's went on trial? A close friends of your son went on trial. You didn't watch it. Exactly. That's the part that just seems like. This just feels to me like this is probably not going to go anywhere with the jury. Uh, but again, I don't know. I'm not some expert, right? But I just watching if I was the jury because I'm feeling like this lady's nice. I'm sure. Yeah, Brenda says I refuse to watch this witch hunt. That's the vibes it's giving. Yeah, Sagittariusly single. I love that name. Oh my gosh, I'm a Sagittarian too. I totally, I feel that. The Sagittariusly single says this witness is the Sarah Boone's neighbor of this trial. Oh my god. Do we think that do we think there might have been a little bit of something going on between Donna and Harvey and her husband? I mean, maybe they were kind of going to all inclusive adult vacations, resorts, the upside down pineapple cake kind of resorts, okay? You know what I'm saying? Little spicy vacation. And I think when Donna called her up talking about, I don't even know this lady's name, but like, we're going to call her Lady. Lady, it's terrible. Dan's been killed. I'm scared to death for Wendi. That 100% Donna was playing it up. That was all pretend. She was making her alibi.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
She looked at the judge like, am I getting arrested? Did I break a law up here?
You may step down, please step outside the doors. Don't discuss your testimony with any other person.
Donna's like, you cut off. Donna's watching her life go by. Her friend, her old life. Yep, see her? So much was thrown away, all because of Donna.
We'll resume with the testimony. We'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes. That should give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Defense is out there talking about, okay, so now how long did you actually know her? And she's like, I don't know. I mean, we got our teeth done, and then it was maybe 3 months, and then the shooting. It wasn't interesting when she said the shooting, and then the defense is like, well, I call it a murder. Do you see how she's even downplaying what took place when Dan was murdered, when he was shot? When he was murdered. It doesn't matter how he was murdered. Okay, could have been a hanging, a shooting, a chainsaw. It doesn't matter. He was murdered. Okay, he didn't just naturally drop at his car. So that part right there, I think the jury will see this. I mean, again, it is what it is. I'm not trying to rip her up or anything. She's probably snowballed by Donna. She was good friends with her. And again, a lot of people, you never know what Donna presented. Donna's a very big manipulator. You're not thinking when you're doing stuff with people that they're capable of this kind of stuff. And if she might have not wanted to watch the trial because she didn't want to know. She didn't want to know the evidence, because to know the evidence is to literally sit there and say, my friend's a killer. And at minimum, her son is, right? So yeah, Sandy says it's not how long, but how well you knew her, right? Literally. Okay, Luke's finally settled. Okay, there we go. Until the next noise happens outside, right? So yeah, they're gonna just get out there and I guess just fluff the witness up and be like, look, we gotta reel this in because so much of what they're relying on is this hearsay type evidence of what Donna said or Donna, whatever. And clearly it's not going over. And Brenda asked a good question, and I'm curious about this too. Is this the lady that was there with Donna that day Donna was trying to get their affairs in order? I'm wondering this as well, because this would be the only reason, hey, respect, that I could see her being on the stand. Because I would want to hear from somebody like that. You know what I mean? To be like, well, I was there and this happened. But not that I think it would go well for Donna, but just getting some random friend up there that's known her for a while and trying to do like a character statement, you know, there's that. Now, here's the opposite. Even though this feels very thin, you know, kind of testimony and weak, if whatnot, remember back to and y'all, Emily will know, I can never remember the last name. What's the name? Hey, Sean, what's the name of the trial where the only person that would testify as a character witness for her, Jennifer something, was the mailman? All they could get was the mailman to get up there and say that she was a pretty decent person. Like, no one else in this girl's life got up there and said anything. Okay, it's like Rosenbaum, Jennifer Rosenbaum or Rosenberg, something like that. West Point daughter, thank you for the super chat. West Point says, Paul, your laugh always cheers me up. I could use positive vibes. Oh, I'm sorry you've been sick, and I'm glad you my laugh is contagious for you. I appreciate that, and I hope you feel better. Yes, Jennifer Rosenbaum. Yes. Okay, so Jennifer Rosenbaum, the only person that got up there in her defense was the mailman. Okay. So, on one level, even though this feels very thin, it's good to have people get up there and speak like, yeah, they were great. They were this, they were that. But to me, it's a very fine line, you know, because it does speak volumes. Like, so in Jennifer's trial, I would have even had the mailman get up there. Okay. If you've never watched that trial, y'all, that one was a doozy. Okay. Horrendous defense attorney. I mean, she was a bulldog. She went after him, but terrible human being. And terrible defendants. So I get why you would want somebody to get up there and talk about what a great person you are. Okay. More because the jury will notice if not one person got up there. It's Jennifer Rosenbaum. And what was the victim's name? The little girl that she killed. It was a very sad trial. And it was Jennifer and her husband went there together. And you want to talk about a control freak? Oh my goodness. I think he would have gotten off if they hadn't done their trial, if they did their trial separately. But yeah, they both got what was coming to them. If I remember correctly, no evidence. I mean, he knew what was going on, but no evidence of him harming such. It wasn't Kayla. I can't remember right now. But yeah, it was a doozy. We don't see this is an apartment that I'm at right now, so you don't ever obviously see the mailman. My last place, the mailboxes were like a half mile away from the house, so you don't really deal with them. You know. Oh yeah, the Tim Jones Jr. I wonder if he's still alive. Let's look these people up. We got things to say. We got questions to ask. I said, please hold. I said, please fold. Okay, Tim Jones Jr. News. So August 1st, 21st, 2024, state to pay $1.5 million settlement to South Carolina mother of children murdered by their father. Okay. I don't know what this is. Timothy Jones accused of killing had nasty divorce after wife slept with neighbor's son. What? Oh, this is just some details from the case. Okay. And then who was the other person? Let's see. Jennifer Rosenbaum. Okay, October 15th, 2024. Georgia Supreme Court rejects appeal in foster child murder case. I mean, honestly, thank the Lord. It's like vile human being. Vile human being. Okay. Let's see. Justia Law. Rosenbaum. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Listen, Sammy, I still love, so now we're going to circle back to Donna. I still love the fact that Donna was going to tell the alleged hitman that was going to come after her how things were going to go. Right? And you know what? It worked. She called the bluff. I mean, I'll give her that. Give credit where credit's due. She said, hold my beer. She said, hold my honey bun. She was like, all my life, everything. Okay, so time out. Let me again. So y'all, the Jeff Lacasse interview that we're gonna watch today. Okay, Jeff Lacasse is Wendy's. He's testifying this trial. If you've been watch the whole thing. He's Wendy's ex-boyfriend. I 100% think they were trying to set him up to take the fall. And as a matter of fact, let's come over here. We're gonna go boom. I said boom. Shakalaka. I said boom. Shakalaka. Here we go.
Seated. You can check how many jurors are still using the restroom.
Judge is like, tell number 5 to get on out of that restroom. They're just in there doom scrolling. Oh yeah, we're absolutely watching Courtney Clenny's trial. Next month there's a trial coming up. I'm not sure if they're streaming it yet. And hold on, please hold. I have to go back and look at the name of it. It's not called Boom Shakalaka, but it's called something. Okay. Please hold. Where is it? A-O. Sarah Hartsfield. Jury selection begins September 29th. Sarah Hartsfield. September 29th. Thanks, Emily. And so if that's aired, we're going to watch that one. Then Brian Walsh is in October. And then Courtney Clenny, December. Now, cases coming up that we're going to be revisiting is Nick Cassodi. Whenever this wraps up, we'll be doing some revisiting Evil and watching his time on stand. That case is crazy, y'all. That case is, I mean, I'm talking Anthony Todd level. Okay. It's like if Anthony Todd had a brother, it's this guy. His story is so insane. So we're going to watch that. Then we're going to be revisiting Aileen Wuornos. And then we're going to be revisiting Betty Broderick. And then other, current cases and whatnot. So. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. Dr. Barry interviewed his first wife on her channel. Check it out. Okay, y'all. It's, if you didn't watch that trial, and I didn't watch it, it was after the fact. I mean, he's absolutely next level. Yeah, Betty Broderick. Let's see what old Betty's up to. Here's the complicated thing with Betty, and I'm going to preface this with this. Do I agree with what she did? No, obviously not. Okay. Killing somebody in that way, it's not the thing to do. Do I believe that the ex-husband and by proxy the wife were utterly horrible to her and drove her mad? 100%. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. It's a very tricky case. She's 77 years old. Betty's 77 years old. A couple of side notes, y'all. The new Ruby and Jody documentary is out. I'm gonna try and watch it, maybe tonight. Oh, hold on. Iowa's got our fashion update. Iowa Travel Nurse has our daily fashion dive today. Today, Donna is looking confident in her ebony Murano wool sweater paired with a lovely rose pink and white striped blouse, dressed to kill us all. Right. Oh my goodness. You tried to watch it last night but fell asleep. Yeah, it's on Hulu and I believe HBO Max. And I think today you can get it on Prime. I know. I'm sorry. I want to get more coffee, but all the dogs are settled on me. Well, I've not watched that, Casey. I'll check it out. Yeah, it's almost like the Aileen Wuornos case, and again, if you look at it through the story told through Monster, the movie, it pivots this part that pulls at you a little bit because with Aileen, it's like, do I agree that she killed all these men? Absolutely not. It's terrible, right? But when you look at the tragedy of her life and the tragedy of her final love story, and I guess the thing that comes up to me with people where they garner the sympathy where you're like, and not complete sympathy because you're like, well, what they did was terrible, but this other part of them, I feel really bad for them. And Aileen finally found someone that loved her, and it's just look at how it ended. Now granted, did she would cause some of this? Yeah. But you see the trajectory. I guess part of it is seeing how they arrived.
Everyone can be seated.
Anyway, let's go back to this.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness as to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes,
Was she upset about that?
yes,
Was she crying?
yes,
Was she, did she appear to be distraught about the circumstances?
yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
It's very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that?
she was considering taking her own life.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations with her in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes,
Okay. You have just one moment. Thank you.
I mean, we just got off break. She had to change clothes and everything. They roughed her up outside, I think. They roughed her up. Maybe what those things called where they put you in a headlock and do your head, a little noogie, gave her a noogie or two.
One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes,
Was she excited about attending?
very.
I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
George is going to make this. George is going to clean the floor, y'all. George is going to.
Familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No, she was
she-
always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her after Charlie's verdict?
Yes,
Okay. You were best friends with her.
yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay. When was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips. I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
she didn't know what. Are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
And I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was. I'm confusing that with the bump. I believe that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when the phone call was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last four digits. If you want to.
1655.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend, Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
Okay. An approach. Show you those. I'm gonna just draw your attention to I've circled a few here, but you're
Sure.
free to look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You do recall that. Thank you.
You can show if that's the same messages you're referring to.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They got it wrong. Okay. And you, in fact, said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendi had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show the front.
That's the bottom message on this page I'm handing you.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendi hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Yo, this is super cringy. I just love Georgia's facial expressions, her inflections that she makes.
What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Gutterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Okay. Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Just make sure I understand your testimony correctly. Donna didn't tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted.
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now while you were
Yes,
testifying.
yes.
You didn't hear that before.
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never,
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal?
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming
Will this
Paul
witness
voice.
be recalled by the defense? You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
Our defense next witness would be Ronald Patterson.
So y'all, I think at minimum the jury saw she's biased. This is kind of like equals itself out testimony. She's like, I gave your friend a wedgie and 3 noogies outside. That's what got her in order. And Donna's like, oh yeah, you got to do that with her. You got to do that. You got to get her in line or she'll just talk about anything. Where is the next witness? Okay.
Mr. Gutterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Gutterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in, around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas. And this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school with us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas. He saw me the next day and we reconnected and we became friendly. And then he and Donna and Annie and I would travel together and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can you describe their relationship, Donna?
a
and
very
Harvey?
loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son, Charlie, was arrested in this investigation?
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and Harvey's state of mind, how they were feeling about things?
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall. like most caring parents would be.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
And at some point later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
Some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters. And they just wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there. And they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have an undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
And when was that?
Approximately 1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah.
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased a dress.
Can't say what somebody else said. Just you
Yes,
were
I was aware they were going to return.
under any set of circumstances, would they not have returned?
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Gutterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
And what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number, and I was asked to do Harvey a favor that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
Just one more moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
You said that under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes,
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them
And
from
by the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right. But might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might, you'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir. She wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent? Were you in New
To the
York?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with managing the rental properties?
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My
to Florida to do
services
some
may be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No question, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the state planning to recall him for any purpose? Have a good day, Mr. Gutterson. You are
Thank you,
released.
Your Honor.
Please call your next witness.
The next witness is Kelsey Gwine. We might need a few minutes to set up the presentation.
It's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at time hear from the next witness.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. 1, 2, 3. ABC. 1, 2, 3. Easy as ABC. Do re mi. ABC, baby, you and me. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Very hostile witness. Very hostile witness. 2 noogies and a wedgie. Certainly, we're going to be needed to get him in line too.
Everyone
I-
can be seated.
I see what Donna was talking about.
Please bring in the witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
Well, they got a little PowerPoint. Vacation photos. See, this is Donna. This is our first trip to Vietnam. That's how she knew. That's where she's going. That's where she's going. Yeah, I do not think the jury will believe a word that couple had to say. They were just, especially he was even worse than the first one. Okay. He was worse than the first one, than Miss Cunningham, whatever her name is. I mean, it's clear they're just getting up there and just saying something for their friends. I mean, that's it, right? and they probably don't have the whole story, and they also didn't want to see the whole story, because you also have to think, like, if you're enmeshed with somebody and that's your life. I mean, we've heard this come from other people where it's like, well, I don't want to say the truth because this could, jeopardize the friendship. Like, that's all you have. So it's almost the same thing as where a child doesn't want to admit, hey, maybe my parent did this murder, because I'm not only going to lose whoever the victim was in their life, but also said parent. You know what I mean? So it's like, and again, what's her name? Jackie always looks like she could trip over her outfit that she's wearing. Like her pants are too big and like she would get caught up in them and fall over. And the way she gets up there, like when they do a thing of like, what is this information? Like it's like this big. I mean, again, I think a lot of it too is they're having to put a show on for Donna and Harvey to be like, we're getting that money. They're working. They need to work for that paycheck, and so this is part of it. They might have the postman come up there and say something. We never know. Oh goodness. Okay, y'all, I gotta go get more coffee. Okay. Yankee girl says she is borrowing a suit from the funeral home she owns. Yeah. Yeah, postman, handyman, everybody. When he started going down he was like, picture this, Sicily. Picture this, Vietnam, 2014. I was like, we're going to St. Olaf. Yeah, we're going to St. Olaf. Yeah, just buckle up. We're going to Sicily. We're going to St. Olaf. We're going to all the hot spots. Okay. We're going to each and every one of them in this story. Oh my goodness gracious, y'all. I can't with this now. We need to wrap this up. I feel like we could finish this today. We might have a verdict today. They're just flying. I just want to give Georgia money or something. Maybe send her one of those edible arrangements. Is that still a thing? Them edible arrangements? We need to send her one. She's so great, right? With her, like, just the way she says stuff. Okay. I just love it. Okay. I'm going to mute and I'm going to go get coffee. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves on the sofa.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Gouet, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Gouet, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roll-Off Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University with my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked on anything from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns. So things like when they get data back from Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online to help an active investigation. After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab, where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell site location information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things: digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
And with respect to call detail records and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes they just get records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say I've probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert. Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wished to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics? Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of digital forensics. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gouet, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. And specific Can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data just so that I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on Donna's cell phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods. Some of them, duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records. So there's a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We just provided you specific with the records of the individuals that were obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct. From like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess, from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson?
I was.
And Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides. So I, kind of went through it slide by slide, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual. Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. If you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her records. In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. It started, I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information. And in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
It's important for, different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds in 1 minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So okay. different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows what you obtain or what you see when you open up this file.
Correct.
Can you show that to the jury, please?
I can. So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial. But this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like when you open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document and put it into Excel.
So the programs that you're describing that this data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can. So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
How does the software, does Excel know how to separate that those 3 lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes. So this specific file, it's again probably very small, but in column 2 or B, the header says connect date or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC, and if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the times of interest were in the summer, so I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a column, write a quick formula, do that time conversion so that I can make sure that, because if you have a call that's in UTC, it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did look at his in Excel as well. And
I believe the next slide is that frequency chart.
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
You could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
Okay. So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
Is there any way you can zoom in on that a little bit?
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
I will do my best. I don't know if this is getting any better or worse.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6. What does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially, when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time, which is when the call was initiated, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call. The elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. I mean, that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network. We also see the call type, CT, mobile terminating is what that MT stands for. So again, it reinforces the fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CN or CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party. And then you see that VM, which just means voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay. What does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
So the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So I can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if I go all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs. So that's what the SO and ST stand for. And then if I go back and I look at the times, the thing I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have, come into her phone and gone to voicemail. And those second 2 with the identical timestamps are essentially just multiple legs of that activity. So as a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode, please.
Of course.
And then let's look at the next slide. What do we see on this slide?
So this is slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
Okay. And the number that's highlighted, whose number is that?
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
And according to the state's slide 26, how many times, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And according to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's device?
So it's my understanding that this would contain both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail, or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute, right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity. So based on this chart, it appears that this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number. So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20, and that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
What did you do did you try to recreate this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I say that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got maybe 383 unique call events. And that was, again, taking out the overlapping dates. The second step I did was I thought, well, maybe the tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were, did you do anything to determine whether or not these events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine whether or not there were actual communications versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's to me the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds, could the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be, you know, you answer, but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, like, you know, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, you know, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it. But I like to see, you know, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If we could advance to that, please.
So this is slide 28.
Okay, and according to this, what was the time period of this chart?
So this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number, and the date range that was used to generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014. Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range. And I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the, you know, the totality of the data. Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contained data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data, and I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so hit the lights, please.
Would you like me to unplug it?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone, specifically on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the records for July 18th that are available in the AT&T documents.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site, what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Adelson's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with on the following slide that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053.
I'm sorry, 10:53. Thank you.
Was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
Okay. So for the location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay. So I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have location at all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct. That's the contents.
Okay. When you looked at Donna Adelson's records, was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham on the evening or night of July 18th, 2014?
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so.
Do you have them with you?
The original documents, I do.
Laptop? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to check this on the scope of direct.
Please approach. Objection is overruled. This way, if you need the question repeated for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
Do you mind pulling up your call detail records for Donna Adelson?
Of course.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take a second to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this if you.
Your Honor, I would just ask that if we're going to provide the phone number that we not do it so that it can be published in the media.
That's fine. Ms. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly so her phone number is not published to anyone watching.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm just going to filter to that date.
You can approach the witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
I'm just trying to get to 18.
So am I showing you a contact with Annie Cunningham?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Show you.
Please show it to her.
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Okay. And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night of July 18th of 2014.
So starting from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
in comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately. Correct.
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 20, 3 through July, I think it's 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20. Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
I might have seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder, in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have just like the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates. So that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events, she actually had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted. Okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No.
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
For that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report in your presentation and in Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay. You want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay. Is the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then third place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number.
Correct.
Okay. So Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
6-ish hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The roll-off charge is $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay. And does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay. And waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount the defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case? No. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Squad, did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate
Yes.
between that time period, I think it was 211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through July 20th.
Now, you indicated on cross that you did not locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by Call Detour Records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Yes.
Okay. How do those show up on call detail records?
So any applications, anything third party, really even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items. For example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session that AT&T records report.
It would be lumped into the data session. You aren't going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, you know, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email, that means that your phone has to be communicating with Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th, 2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected to some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, you know, in airplane mode or, you know, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see data transmissions throughout the day and the evening where the connected time was, you know, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Nothing further from Ms. Bly.
You may step down.
State to ask one more question.
What's that?
I should permit the state to ask one more question.
This witness is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross, please approach. Based on the witness's limited availability, I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean, like, if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The defense need to redirect on that one point.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guy, can you pull up the phone records for Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
Give me a second.
That wasn't the wrong question, was it?
No, that was preparatory.
All right.
Do you see, can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
That's why you may step down.
Thank you.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Just a moment, Your Honor. We'll see if Ms. Cunningham is back. Without being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time, we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We will resume with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break. Please report at 12:45.
Thought I was talking the whole time and coming Paul voice. Been on
Everyone
mute.
can be seated. Please report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors and we will resume with testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He said, I'm not gonna put up with this. It's just the truth. It's not a diss. I can't, y'all. I can't. Yeah. I feel like we could get closing statements this afternoon. I feel like we get closing statements this afternoon. I mean, is this going to be? I still haven't figured out what's the point of her. Is she trying to say that? I know, right, Tori? How's it going, Tori? I cannot. Like, what? So, what is the point? Yes, we've established Miss Cunningham as a liar. Hold on. Let's just everyone settle down over that spontaneous noise there. We don't need all that now. Yeah, I feel like she wasn't polished enough to discredit the state's witness. Like I said, she's giving Fiverr, she's giving Upwork. You know, she's giving private investigator. I mean, I'm not trying to be insultive. She was a nice young lady, but I said, Hey now. Hey now. Um, yeah, she's just young and yeah. You know, up there with a gamer laptop, which I mean, I like it, right? No, I have not. Well, I have had breakfast. I've had oatmeal, a banana, multiple coffees. Okay, y'all. So we're at lunchtime. Guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna number one eat, but after that, more importantly, we are going to now watch Jeff Lacasse's interview with the police. Now, this comes via courtesy of True Crime Metrics, the channel. We thank them. We love them. We're appreciative of them. Judge Everett's like, look, he said, listen, he said, I'm gonna just start dissing. I'm not gonna do it. Not today. Donna's not going home. Anyways. I can't, y'all. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Oh, I can't. I can't. Okay, hold on now. Oh, Lord, yeah. There was a TV show, and I cannot, y'all help me out here if you remember it. This is 100% my vibe. It was a TV show that was a mockumentary about documentaries. And the one that I saw was them doing the staircase. Remember Michael Peterson, that's a case I always talk about. But like the kind of like absurdity that I bring or that I pull out of these cases or the type stuff or whatever, like the things I find humorous, like if they were doing crossword puzzles in the courtroom, all that, like this was the vibe of that TV show. Like they were kind of making fun of the absurdity of these things, right? And going in for this like whatever. I cannot remember the show. Y'all, the show would have you slapping your knees. It was so but I guess I could Google it. But here's what I'm gonna do because I'm gonna go make my lunch. I'm gonna put this on. This again is coming from True Crime Metrics. They have a channel, great channel, lots of interesting content they have up there. So be sure and check them out. Give them a sub. And this is Jeff Lacasse's Wendy's ex-boyfriend. Now this is one of his first interviews that he did, where he's like spilling the oh my gosh, here's all this. We've seen Jeff testify in this trial. He was a little bit more calm, a little bit more, you know, whatever. So there's that. Now, please hold. Please hold. Judge Everett. He said, oh no. Okay, wait, where are we at? I'm not gonna do that. Oh, thank you, Leah. Oh, I'm glad. I know, right? That's a yeah. I mean, she's just up here doing her thing, and it is what it is. But it's just, again, this is what we're seeing all together. The jury's seeing this. The jury is seeing the thrown together vibe. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me see if this is working. Tell me if y'all hear this when I put it up here, please. Drop a 1 if you hear that. Drop a 1. Do y'all? Okay, hold on. Where is it? Please hold. The sofa is currently experiencing technical difficulties. However, your viewership and call is important to us. We'll be with you momentarily. Let me put my technical assistant hat on. That means whatever needs technical assisting probably isn't going to happen. It's probably not going to work. Okay. Let's just call a spade here now. Okay, I think that'll work better. Wing Beats is in a state of a holding pattern. Wing Beats is in a holding pattern. Hey, Sandy. Okay, now, okay, so same thing when it starts playing, you'll immediately hear it because it's very loud. It's crazy, right? So just drop one if you hear it. Okay, hold on, let me press play. Thank you, Crystal.
So
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna go make my lunch and I'll be back here in a minute.
it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
It's
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
Like Toys R Us. It's Jeffrey.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit that you want to do. And you can start at the very beginning, however you want to do it.
I got some notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down last few months. So that we might end up well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression. And just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible. I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, the last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life. Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendi in fall of 2013. We had mutual friends because a lot of my friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talk to a lot of the same people, throughout the investigation. Your name came up a couple of times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk to?
Well, the Gamoris, the Epsteins, the Cohens. There's just a lot of mutual. My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, like Markel and Adelson would have they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met as through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendi?
Yeah, me and Wendi.
And who was the
person I introduced is a guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendi. We just have a lot of mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I came in here before, I thought Markel was a dick. That's what I had been taught by Wendi. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been describing Wendi as a pathological liar, and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
To you?
to other people. I just heard that through the grapevine because people said, be careful with Wendi. She's a little unbalanced. And I said, well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced. I didn't take it seriously at the time. It sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him because you've seen the court documents. I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate, I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife, But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, like in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled person, Wendi Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. That was one reason I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. She's a very manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendi was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many, many nights hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre when I moved here from Phoenix. And the two conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny's an evil monster. Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those two concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendi's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she for me, very sensitive that I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm also sensitive, Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. Wendi's people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours.
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts a very good public face. It's accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall. And she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14?
March of 14, spring break, Immokalee, actually, that's when she went off. And this will make sense to why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but she's already a sensitive person, so much that you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, she'd break down crying for 2 hours. She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated, I've dated some pretty crazy women. So, but then when she went up there, SSRIs, it went from being fragile to being, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. Any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did. Anything negative. I've seen her lose her shit over, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in the spring. So this was like the state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing where we date the first 6 months. It was, she played hard to get. I chased her. And eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break, and she starts coming off the SSRIs. Things start getting pretty weird in terms of, we had a couple, first time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course, you're going to have a minor thing. You're going to find out who this person really is, and she just found it devastating. And a couple of times I called her. She's very narcissistic. And a couple of times, like, I'm here too, just basic stuff like that. But she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit and just tell you what's pertinent to the crime, I think. She starts coming off those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th
12th or 13th is when she started. So that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
of 2014.
2013, yeah, 2014 exactly.
Okay.
All right, okay.
So March 12th and 13th, y'all in the Immokalee,
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
and that's for this retreat
Yeah,
for
yeah.
students.
Alternative spring break. Yes, yes, sir.
And you traveled with you took her with you.
She took me with her, actually. Yeah, yeah. It was her as a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just wanted to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So.
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students.
They were. It's a med students. Yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her. Her parents, if you investigated, you'd probably see it. I mean, she needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here and then go down with her every single time. And
she didn't travel on her own?
No, it's real weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents. And then over time, I'm like, oh, I don't want to let her go on spring break by herself either. She's won't be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, you know? So February, March, yeah, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's
this is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
Sack.
Among others. I think I'll get to that in a minute. There's I think a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, social workers, I consider incest in this family. There's violence in this family. Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendi and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like this is strange. He just met me. He's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah,
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub after the Immokalee retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with her brother.
Okay.
The first time.
So you're in Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very wealthy. It's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Yeah, like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend and brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before y'all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but It was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of the Korean girls that was at the wedding.
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something. So
he says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
Okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to rape her?
Or it did not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just
that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends, although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's,
Right.
you know, so it's, so it just struck me as very, very odd. So fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is
Coming what?
coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So I study that. That's my area. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and the lay person can
I
understand.
understand. So yeah, she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice. Not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor, have them help you get off. She did not do that. And she's dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She's on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird in that, you know, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression.
Depression.
She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come down the dosage because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying, you need to go slow, slow, slow. I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking to that can monitor your mental health because I saw she was just spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises. I flew to a trip to Chicago when I came back. I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May. We have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking. And she knew that.
But there's been no complaint of stalking against you.
There has been informally. She tells people this.
But I'm saying there's no.
Oh, no formal legal.
You shouldn't have been contacted from anybody from this department
Never,
for a
never.
complaint about
No, never. I'm not worried about that. And I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything. You know, I'm not worried about it. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
Right, because you see her there and she's with this guy and you don't know who the guy is. If maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy?
That's one of the things that concerned me is that she would bring him up from time to time. And there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but she's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is why I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. In June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So, Sack, yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendi is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. When she's with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sack. He was into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. I mean, so she started doing all this crazy stuff. Sack was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I'm just seeing her, and doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. I mean, she into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation, things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. So I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. One of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going, Atlanta in the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me. That's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything to stop that. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? He goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park. We'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants, people laughed. I said, Wendi said she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I'm sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there's this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem. But that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't
Early
do it?
June. I can pull up exactly.
Early June.
Early June. Yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down. I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that. And it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of.
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle's SAG. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We have people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week. And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was which we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we had the trip to St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2-day period began.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman, I know her really well. And there was something at the time, me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really.
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person, but it usually made sense. It usually had a reason, and usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or the parents wanted to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense, and it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway? No, of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh.
But she told me she did.
Same airline? Same flight?
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation, because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together. So I think she probably bought a ticket, actually, but I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday, the 18th.
Exactly.
To pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I'll miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, I said, you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special.
Okay, why not adjust the flight or just the.
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
All right,
So three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine,
Yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday?
Early on Friday.
What is early on Friday?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick the kids from school till 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go up to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon. Yeah,
okay.
That changed. But that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some of their cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me, we had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that. She sent you an email or something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me, that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly. They can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're right. Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny showed up. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely. I'm sorry.
No, I have any questions you want to ask. I know I talk fast, and
just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So in June, these are just my impressions, but there was 5 or 6 times in June I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her, nice family life.
You had her house out on
every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood, yeah, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendi would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she was like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, what's wrong? And she'd say, nothing's wrong. Or make up some bullshit story. She lied so much, it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react, She made a choice, but
that's late June.
That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or 2 at a time. And Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates the world. But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Daniel Sack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. In the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, what about that thing? The stories start, but she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami, how terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay. I missed it.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale.
Okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this. I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say that I killed Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was. I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she did. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that at the time, trying to figure out us. And I thought, well, Charlie's crazy. I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that. So I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
Something.
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about
Please.
Charlie.
Please.
So
She just, she's talking about Danny. She's completely.
where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what this might have even been? This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because it's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan,
Yeah.
okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendi was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations. She's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive. And worst thing you could do for Wendi is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. Seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
it's I want to make sure I understand this completely.
Please.
So June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, Charlie
did actually look into having him killed last summer. And he was told it would cost $15,000. And what if Charlie's...
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand. Yeah. Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. I wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. Well, that means her and Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've got that a lot in your life. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high stress situations, but gives you this half-assed version. Yeah. So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is $15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There's nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I going to do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know,
No.
The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged. And this whole thing was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's.
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told Investigator Hale. Okay. When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours, I was shocked. And then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head, I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy. I can't remember his name.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I thought at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June, it felt like Wendi was stringing you along for some reason. And you couldn't figure out why didn't you just break up with you? She's like, this ain't gonna work, So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to this.
I understand.
Right now.
I understand.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she wanted to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate it. Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's in July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding, okay.
Preceding that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was just all strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? I'll give you an example. I would just be kissing Wendi, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going. What's going on? And all of a sudden she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I very upset. It's very obvious. And I moved to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th.
Yeah, that weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, you know, last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She put the Hilton in. Assume that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her. We finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday, I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee. Then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. So the only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple of weeks. I did not touch her. I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, you know, I looked at you left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's names all through it. So can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation? You know?
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and then his name's not very clever. I mean, just the thing she's leaving out on the table, and it says Daniel Sack dinner, you know. And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace as another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day. I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her. And you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough. They ended up apologizing for that. Because,
was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of
other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
Yeah. I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm gonna look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's the one I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahul and other men. Yeah, and I said, we stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know I must be realistic here.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. By the way, I'm not.
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had two, what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. Where I said, like, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. I was like, I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her.
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I put my money.
Okay.
So when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you know, you're not a sociopath. You must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath. I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men. Actually, she was making it clear they're very enjoyable and stuff like that. I'd never seen that. I've seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was.
What kind of?
I said there was this one night where you said you were at book club. I know you weren't at book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
She rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it?
She was, but I mean, it's just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, okay, Jeff, I'll just be in simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendi. Wendi loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you.
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew
Right.
knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy be looking at us. I was like,
what are you doing there?
Like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else? That kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hill kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was one of the
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, then she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He's
something.
in Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there. Where
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He was
May of 2014.
May of 24. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014.
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts.
Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
way.
Prior to?
Well, I walked in on having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee.
He was leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendi are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Miguel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. And it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's her narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and that was it.
So say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you have water, I'm
Yeah.
going to dry up. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Try not to spill that. Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27th to 29th.
27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville.
Mhm.
You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And you at a hotel or something? And so did she get upset with you? Just she claims you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically saying, you're seeing me, but at the same time, you're screwing this guy.
I said, I know about Daniel Sack. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you not?
I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No. But I mean, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in to the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I knew I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
In that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like
We'd like to thank once again True Crime Metrics for letting us use that. It was very interesting. So I believe him. Okay, wait, let me see what y'all said of this stuff. At least he didn't stand on his head, Sean says. Right, Sean? Jody Arias. Yeah, we need to revisit Jody Arias, okay? Yeah, I do the practice what I'm going to say thing, especially in the car. Yeah, I agree, Elon. Elon says they try to set him up for Red Rum. Yeah. Yeah, Courtney, I don't think you're deranged, though, because I do it, too. Amber Emergency, yeah, I do that. Yeah, I think he was like, so the vibe that I get from him is this. Okay, remember that meme where the dude is like standing there next to the chalkboard and he has all the things connected, with the thing like he's been like brainstorming as a meme. That's the vibe that I get from him. I feel like he put everything together and was like, holy McMoly, what did I just skate out of? And it was like he was been up for like a week. You know what I'm saying? Like connecting the things with all the little, chords, connecting the pictures and the this and that and the yeah, and there could be a sliver. Moore says, I believe him, but also a guilty lover. I think there's a streak of that too, right? Like it's almost like one of the things with the jailhouse informants where I'm like, do I believe them? Yes. Do I believe they're also motivated to get a better deal? Yes. You know what I'm saying? So him, I'm like, do I believe him? Yes. Do I think he's probably bitter a little bit? Yes. Do I think he probably was like, oh my God, what the hey diddle diddle just happened? Yeah. I think a lot of that's going on. Because there has to be this whole thing of looking back and being like, whoa. Yeah, Lou says, I've survived narcissistic abuse. That's exactly how it is when you figure it out. It's literally like he just woke up. And like, I mean, here's the thing too. And this is how I am. I don't know how y'all are, but like, okay, pretend that I'm him. And I was like, okay, I woke up and I was like, whoa, I've just been put through the ringer with all these people. Oh, I'm going to be bitter. Okay, we're not even trying to hide that. I'm going to be shell-shocked, but I am going to be bitter. And some of that's going to be, and I think it would be a natural human reaction. This is, again, would be a good Dr. Barry question. Okay, so it's almost like, obviously you're angry at, and let's just say the family, right? It's the Adelsons in his situation, okay? The Adelsons, whatever. But it's also like this anger at yourself because I think it's just human nature to be like, I can't believe I fell for that. And I'm talking not just like trying to like specifically point to him, but like any situation like where we get upset at ourselves. And so I think it's almost like this, I don't know if it's like self-blame or whatever you call it, mixed with, I can't believe they just did this to me. You know, all the levels of that. And that's probably why we also see, because you saw how he was in the stand in this trial. If you watched the whole trial, he's more, he in this thing is almost like, you know, and it's like this, go. And now also say you just survived through this and you go to the first cops and they're like, okay, whatever. And you're like, bro, I'm telling you, these people, this family, they're crazy. I don't know. There's a lot going on there. We'll finish it like if there's, depending on how the trial goes, next lunchtime or whatever. Let's see how far we got in that. So for those who are just joining or just, you know, oh, hold on. The dogs are going crazy over here, y'all. Sorry. For those that are just joining, we're getting ready. We should be starting back any minute. We're running a few minutes behind, actually. Excuse me. And the defense is doing the defense things. I don't know how many more witnesses they're going to have. They brought up their last witness was somebody trying to disprove essentially the cell phone stuff, which to me, that did, I mean, Georgia took care of that. Then before that, it was more like character statements. Well, I felt like the state basically showed that they lied on the stand. Now it's kind of like low key type situation, but at bare minimum, it was like these are just like a friendly couple who are going to say anything that Adelson's want them to say, right? There's no telling, because you know if like Harvey's dealing with this dude that he could be given, you never know, okay? I get you. Sorry, it's major playtime over here right now. Arr, arr, arr. No. Are you doing little Chewbacca sounds? Arr, arr. Oh, you're just a mean little dog. What do you think? Was Wendi trying to set him up? He says yes. We've lost all privileges to the blue chew toy. All privileges are shut off. It's over here. That's why the dogs are all interested. We can't have nice things in this house. We can't have nice things like the blue chew toy. Not in this household. Maybe another one. Not in this household. So it looks like we're getting ready to resume court, y'all. Yep. Only other houses can have nice things like the blue chew toy. That's right, boys. See, what happens is Bo takes it, and then Luke freaks out and barks and barks and barks and barks. And then Luke gets it, and then Bo freaks out and barks and barks and barks and barks and barks. And this goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Luke's been going since the 8 a.m. this morning, where he's like, he wants to play today. And it's only certain toys we get that way over. Katie says, I can't have nice things either. 2 house panthers and a mini pit will ruin that. I mean, seriously. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, let me turn. Please hold. Please continue to hold your call as important to the Sofa Squad.
Judge, can we approach on scheduling matters?
Yes.
Okay, so they have the same lady, Miss. Is it Miss Cunningham coming back up? They're doing scheduling matters. They're going up there. He's like, okay, look. Now I know we had an hour for lunch, but here's the thing. You know how pizza delivery is at this hour. Now Donna wanted the stuffed crust, and that takes longer. So the point of this sidebar, Judge, is that we haven't actually ate the lunch. It's going through the metal detector downstairs right now. So we're cool eating it with napkins and being like as professional as possible at the table while we continue to save time. Luke. We also can't have the green alien. Yeah, we got some Chewbacca noises going on. So, but they're just doing that. They're ordering a pizza right now. They're debating on pineapple, stuffed crust. I don't know who they're going to get back up there, y'all. I feel like I would rather have Miss Cunningham up there than the last witness. It's going to be interesting also to see how long the jury deliberates, because hey, what you doing? I know all the nice toys are in the crock. We're not allowed to have nice things like that. Okay, I know it's a little much for us right now. Yeah. Luke says, so I'll just eat the computer table. Okay. Luke has a lot of energy. Luke says, I need to play, people. Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to take him at least a couple of hours to deliberate. Beep, 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 beep. Because I think they're going to go through everything. They're going to obviously get in there and do the situation that the jury does and be like, hey, look, who's doing this? Okay, let's take an initial poll. Let's do this. Now, you might see, and I mean, this is, if I was a jury foreman, this is what I do. I'd roll up in there. I'd be like, okay, let's, do whatever. Who's going to be, okay, I'm deciding I'm going to be the foreman. Okay, first of all, Starbucks order. What do y'all want? Okay, get that out of the way. Then I'll be like, y'all be thinking where you stand with guilty. When they drop the Starbucks off, I'll be like, okay, we're taking a poll. Who is, without a doubt, 100%, go on, send her to Old Sparky, air fryer out back, she guilty. Let's see a raise of hands. Now, pretend that, like, let's say it's 12 jurors. Let's say, like, 9 raise their hands, right? And I'd be like, okay, who is 100%? Why is this woman even here? She is absolutely free. Absolutely free. Let her go right now, okay? Raise your hand. Let's say one person raised their hand. I'm like, okay. I'm like, now, with the other two, are we all paying attention? Are y'all on the fence? Let's say they're on the fence. So I'd be like, okay. I'd be like, okay, so we have 9 absolutely guilty, 1 absolutely not guilty, 2 on the fence. So then I'd be like this. I'd be like, okay, now let's do this. Let's each get a piece of paper and write down the reasons why we think what we do. Because then if you get those reasons, you can tell where to go, right? Because it's like and look at everybody's reasonings, and you see 9 reasons of this is why she's guilty, 1 this is why she's not, and you can start then a debate or a discussion. You know what I mean? That's how I'd be doing it.
You can bring in the jurors.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I thought we were doing that. It's okay. Arr. Luke wants to get to the nice toys that we can't have here. Things like green aliens, blue chew toys. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. They made the funniest noises. Oh, Luke, Bo is frustrated. Shh. It's okay. Bo is very frustrated. That.
For everyone observing in the gallery, please
Go
turn
get
your phones
it.
off once again. Please be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful break period. At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's case in chief. Defense, you may call your next witness. Ms. Cunningham, you remain under oath from being previously sworn. I'm just going to remind you, you are to tell the truth in this matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall. She made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection.
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
I believe she is not
Doesn't
asked,
ask you.
or she is not asked to recall, or let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see the items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection?
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
Okay, so you have no reason to contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call, June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's on the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination of the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice.
Safe travel. Please
So,
call your next witness.
Defense would call Richard Chagrin.
so the defense keeps thinking that they're going to have this bombshell moment when all these witnesses of theirs are making them look worse. Like, clearly, she's not truthful. The jury's going to see this. She is very unreliable, and these are just the shady characters that Adelsons associate with. Yeah, they brought Annie back, Heather. She just basically got her in a lie. But she was like, hey, if it says this, it says this. I'm talking all these dogs are wound up. They are jumping on desks. They are clapping. They're doing all sorts of crazy stuff, y'all. Luke's over here attacking me. What's gotten into y'all? Y'all frisky? Yeah. Oh, I can't, y'all. I can't with this. Bless his heart, making him come in here and push that thing up here to get up on the stand for them. Oh my goodness gracious.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
Shameful on that defense in the Adelsons. Okay, here we go.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Mr. Chagrin, how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
Now, are you married, sir?
I am.
Okay. And what does your wife do for a living?
She's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate planning?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harvey was like in shock.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us did 2 weeks in Israel.
Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay. And were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. And then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way. And I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay. Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
Well, unfortunately, they were barraged by the media. Unfortunately, they live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
To your knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
To my knowledge, I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Now, although you are the one that suggested the one-way ticket, who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Can you describe the type of mother and grandmother that you observed Donna to be?
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendi working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey, in South Beach.
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe Donna as a typical Jewish grandmother?
More than typical.
And a typical Jewish mother?
Yes.
At the time that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah?
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Donna's like, I'm going home, Javi. I'm going home. They came through.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked So did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes,
But today you're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor, proper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
You were there because you were more computer savvy than Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
But today you're saying you suggested the one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
Recross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ain't left no crumbs. Ain't left no crumbs.
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions about a one-way ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of your deposition transcript?
Surely.
I'm going to show page 11, lines 12 through 17.
Want me to read which one?
If you could just read page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12 question. Okay.
Just to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No.
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions, did you?
No.
You made suggestions.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
She was like, will you release me? One day somebody's gonna come around and make you get up and stand to lie.
Please call your next witness.
Defense would call Tarana Khan.
Did he say Shaka Khan? Then we got Shaka Khan coming up in here. Georgia ate with that last comment. This is Jake's right here. I personally would like to have Shaka Khan up here. Until then, I'm gonna sit in jail and cry, right? Right, Leah. I love it. Please release me. Right, Emily. Who they gonna will in here next? God. He's like, Javi, don't you worry.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tarana Khan. Last name is Khan.
And Ms. Khan, how are you employed currently?
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down 3 different, the male side and the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do fact investigation, and I also do the mental evaluations not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now. I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
And preparing reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No. Now, how long were you employed with the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office?
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe.
Okay. Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
After I left the Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022, and I never, I guess, stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay. And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Bird?
Yes.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail.
Okay. How many times did you meet with Miss Bird?
Once.
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January. Can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Oh. Ms. Bird was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct. Sorry.
And when you interviewed Miss Bird, did you tell Miss Bird that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No.
Specifically, did you tell Miss Bird that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
No.
What about a trailer?
No.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No.
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
No.
Okay. Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
No.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that? I'm sorry, can you read that?
Did
for me?
Miss Bird tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Kahn, prior to interviewing Ms. Bird on January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
No.
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
George, of course, Donna wanted to say this. This would all be on the low. You know the jury knows this. This is crazy.
Why did you interview Miss Bird?
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay. And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case?
I wouldn't have known. No.
Okay, so you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
no.
All right. And did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
No.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it though?
Had I requested for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there?
The jail does allow that.
I don't know, I didn't
If you
ask.
get, okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical for
Correct, yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
Here's the other thing too. Donna was breaking them off. Honey buns, all this kind of stuff. Hold on. You're not going to mess that up in that situation. Right? You're not going to tell them that. If you got something going on the down low, talking about baby grand pianos and stuff, you're not going to say that to anybody coming in there fancy, all dressed up, talking about, I'm here to interview you for this and that. You're going to get your honey buns.
Ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird. How did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they were saying to me. Okay. So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper. And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will this witness need to be recalled or retained for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person. Please call your next witness.
Eddie Barnes.
Yeah, see, the thing that Donna's trying to do is some backroom deals. So none of that's going to be, none of these people will be privy to that. In fact, you're going to try and deflect whatever somebody like that comes and says, especially, I couldn't even understand the job she had. I mean, I'm sitting here like, what is this? This lady's got this fancy credentials and all this type stuff. And you're trying to work a backroom deal for somebody to break you off their honey buns and a grand piano. You're not going to be like, well, Donna, confess. You're going to say what you got to say. But especially if it's a backroom deal, to be like, I'm getting myself out of trouble. No. You're going to tell her what she needs to hear and send her on her way. Especially if she's not recording it. No. She's the type that investigates, gets money, other side. Gotcha.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat.
Gotcha.
Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Barnes. Excuse me, Eddie. Last name V as in Victor, Arnes.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
How long have you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. Yes.
What type of casework do you handle?
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from prior defense counsel saying there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name. So at that point, I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Now there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
Just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case? And she said, yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
Now, did she tell you that Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that she is saying Donna Adelson offered.
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel to not record the interview. That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit. And then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Yeah, the jury's not stupid. Even if they cancel out what the ladies from jail said, that's almost irrelevant at this point. It's almost like it doesn't matter. Donna dug her grave already with the phone calls and the bomb.
So, Mr. Barnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
Okay. You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I could have, but I was instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how McBanawa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McDaniel had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him, get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
yes,
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That McBanway used.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay. And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do you
their
know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Stugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
Okay, and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services. Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
I mean, this is just messy. They're over there typing. Donna's like, you better get something good up there. If somebody had some bombshell evidence like that, why wouldn't you be like, go back and get it on tape? Y'all, everybody calm down. Smog's in the house.
Yes, sir.
The state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that in fact what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speaking objections. I will ask your next question.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you object.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel, in fact, listed Patricia Bird on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Bird was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I mean, they're spending all this time here. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. People have seen through this.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Barnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Who's the next witness? Is it Charlie? They didn't even name a name. They're just inviting any old person up. They're probably going out there to get the guy refilling the vending machine. Have him say a few things on the stand. They're just getting anybody in there.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
Now, who's this? Because who asked to go up there? Did he go up there, or did the judge go ahead and say, "Get on up here"? I mean, it's just the whole time spent in the entire situation, which I understand the defense is going to try and discredit the prison ladies. Oh, some drama popped off. Now, notice that Donna keeps those earphones on the whole time this time. She's glued to those earphones. Sean says subject matter jurisdiction. We're at that point in the trial.
You be seated, sir. I'm going to need you to step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
What would y'all do if he did this because they caught Donna with some, what do you call it? Some contraband. She had a piece of that stuffed crust in her purse she's been nibbling on from lunch.
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, sir.
State doesn't care. State's like, he delivered the pizza 20 minutes ago. We let him get up there and talk about it. It's fine.
What is the substance of the testimony to be offered?
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor.
Bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. I'll need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. Take a brief break. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Peachy. Well, the whole case is blown. The realtor can't testify. Donna's over there like, I'm convinced at this point that, and that somebody, I don't know where I saw or heard this, that basically it was Donna hired these people so that she could appeal on like a bad defense, which let's give credit where credit's due. they have very little to work with, right? With the evidence we've seen, it is what it is. But at this point, I'm convinced that's true. And it's literally like a comedy show. He was sitting back there nibbling on some potato chips, just watching popcorn, glued to that seat. I bet the realtor's going to come in and be like, yeah, I showed them a house. They seemed like a happy couple. You know, everyone was great. Everyone was wonderful. So Charlie, so do we think that Charlie's just not going to get called at all? That he was just brought into whatever? Yeah, so if people just join in, the next witness had been sitting in the back of the courtroom. The next witness had just been chilling in the back. He's like, who's everybody looking for? Oh, me? He had just been sitting in the back. He's a realtor. He's not the vending machine guy or the pizza delivery man. Those are up next. So, you know, if you can't be sitting in the courtroom like that, listen to testimony, period, end of story. Now, at this point, I'm sure everybody's kind of like, whatever, you know, but I think the judge should not let him testify. Also, to save time, I mean, at this point, what's he going to say? Right? They're throwing everything they can with what they've got. Right? And they're going to ask him some pointless question. Right? I mean, it says realtor plans to go in the back of the courtroom. Yeah, DoorDash guy. They're getting the DoorDash guy up there. Vending machine man. You name it. Donna's over there glued to this headphone. She's like, oh, these new earphones are really nice. Harvey. Get Harvey to try them. I mean, but you know, thank the heavens they are flying to these witnesses, right? I mean, we got hung up on a couple of them. The lady at the beginning, Annie, was like, we were great friends with the Adelsons, real stand-up people. I wish Georgia would have been like, your teeth look awfully white. Have you had work done recently? Well, yes. Why would you ask? Free of charge from Harvey. We got a new baby grand piano too. Donna's like, take the realtor off the baby grand piano list. He ain't getting one. Take him off of it. Send him some nice shower curtains or something. I would love to see them finish today. Harvey's practicing out of the kitchen. He's just doing backdoor deal. Donna's got Harvey signed up to give half the people in West Palm Beach, wherever they live, Tallahassee, wherever they're living at, free dentures, teeth whitening, you name it, right? Braces, everything. She's going to have that man working into his next life. Okay, so he's got him a little station set up by the kitchen sink. He's like, I don't have any Novocaine yet. Emily says he is retired, aside from what Paul said. Can't you see him do that? And you both Harvey and Charlie. Okay, so Harvey and Charlie were the type of dentists that absolutely held a full-blown conversation with you while they were working on you, but also would pause for you to answer at very inappropriate times. Charlie was probably talking to the people about the murder. He's like, yeah, you know, I mean, we're getting extra. I mean, tell me what you think. Okay, tell me what you think. You know, tell me, like, are you at 90? Okay, I'm going to tell you the scenario. You tell me if you're like 90% sure, like, yeah, it's nothing, or like 100%, like, you know, bro, you're getting extorted. Get people sitting there holding that little sucky thing. Just like, fix my damn teeth, dude. I don't care. Just get me out of here. Okay. Harvey, yeah, doing the veneers in the kitchen. Yeah, oh, Harvey, veneers for everybody. But not the realtor. You saw what he did. He made me look like a fool. They're just talking to everybody about it. Literally everybody. Zero cares. Zero cares. And I'm getting that from, I had a dentist, this is way back, who literally would sit there and you would be Novocained up, him doing a massive fill-in, and would literally have a legit conversation and like wanting you to answer back. And it's like, what? How? Why are we in this situation? This is no. You just make statements to me while we do this, if you need to even talk at all. The Adelsons were like a paycheck away. Well, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe a small personal loan away from being able to get away with this, right? Yeah, when doctors, when they do that, and it's like, we don't know, it's just, I don't need to try and talk to you. Yeah, Charlie's like, we got white veneers, we got yellow veneers, anything to match your natural teeth color. Free of charge. This is all you got to do. Yeah, Charlie was definitely running scenarios by the patients to see what percentage he thought that they thought he fell at with getting away with things. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I mean, literally at minimum, I would love to know if they were investigated by the IRS. Like how that went over, because I'm just like, so many shady things. The defense is in there fighting for their life over this witness. It's probably absolutely irrelevant. Oh, Bandit, that sounds so scary to get all messed up like that from the Novocaine. Oh, how is the Betsy? I wanted like that. I wouldn't want the Novocaine. This is what I do to tell you. Donna says, listen.
Everyone can be seated. You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes,
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes, he did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep. Great. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendi and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay. Can you hold on just one second, please?
Why do we need to hold on for this? What could they possibly be asking? Can you imagine just like going out to lunch with his family? How exhausting just that would be, loading everyone up into the car and out. I mean,
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside the courtroom?
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right, nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Kelly.
Hey.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it. Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails. Yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mhm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that.
Correct.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect from the witness?
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly.
I mean, yeah.
Please call your next witness.
Defense will call Detective Joshua Turner.
Man, I feel like I'd be embarrassed if I was them. I'd be embarrassed. There's Dan's dad and mom. Someone. I mean, who else coming in? Now the puppies are very tired. Here we go.
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may adjust the microphone as you need to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay. And subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
And did you then attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms. Bernhardt, took in when she was speaking with Ms. Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center?
She said that she was speaking to Miss Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself and Miss Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
Something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. Now, previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So after Ms. Bernhardt's interview on December 20th, 2024, at the state attorney's office, did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and show him it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Just a moment. And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70, the surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I can say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you guys have the HDMI?
so that I could use the computer. Is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's right.
Okay. So detective, initially in the video, do we see Miss Bernhardt or Miss Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
And do they walk towards the foreground of the video?
At one point.
Fast forward a little bit. Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
Did the video appear to show Miss Bernhardt putting a chair at the table towards the right?
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
Does it appear from the video that Miss Bernhardt got Miss Adelson to sit down at that table?
It does.
And they're engaged in conversation?
Yes.
Donna's over there like, oh, my little sunshine. Mommy's got a little grand piano for you. Yeah. You just gotta do Mommy a favor. Can you do that, little sunshine? Let's pretend. Let's make up a little fairy tale. One day in a faraway land, there was a mean witch named Katie. It's Katie.
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
How long do we have to suffer through this? She's like, so you're telling me for 5 honey buns, a grand piano, some veneers, and then some flip-flops, All I got to do is say Katie said A, B, and C. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And the veneers are great. Harvey's been doing them for years. Mind you, he does them out of the kitchen now, but that's fine. That's fine. But, like, I'm sure they talked all the time. I'm sure Donna talked to several people in here. She just found people she could target and think she could groom and manipulate. Donna, the Adelsons were in way over when they got involved. They had no idea they were a target. Like, people saw them coming from a mile away. And the defense keeps thinking they're eating and leaving no crumbs with this stuff like this. It's like there's no okay, so what is I don't even understand what this is about. Yeah, they talked. You're proving that point.
Now, Detective, at this point, we're over 8 minutes into the video. Neither one of them have started writing, have they?
No.
Is this about the script? Please tell me he's not trying to prove that she didn't. I don't know. This video is an hour and a half. It looks like. What would y'all do if Donna just stood up and picked up a chair and clocked her over the head with it? I would assume that Donna would write the script in her cell away from everybody and then give it to her on the down low. Am I just being stupid? I mean, I just. Okay, wait. Now they got a book out. Yeah, what if she pulled a Taylor in WrestleMania at somebody in there? Yeah.
Can you explain to the jury what Miss Bernhardt just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something is already written on that page.
Potentially, I can't tell.
Now Miss Bernhardt's writing on that piece of paper.
Correct.
I'm gonna reject. I'm gonna start rejecting this. I find the defense is really hanging everything up on these two jailhouse informants, and it's just the wrong place to hang your hat up on with this case. And again, surely the jury understands that this is a waste of time. Are they going to make us watch this whole thing? I'm starting to have a sinking feeling that they are. Oof. Between Charlie's testimony and this is, I almost would rather listen to Charlie.
Appears that Miss Bernhardt is writing at this point.
Correct.
Judge, given that this is an hour and 14-minute long video,
Thank you.
instead of publishing it in full as requested, is it okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's the one smart thing the defense has done this whole time.
$13.26. Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.17. Who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.33. She's still writing?
Yes.
14:46. My client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
Fast forward to 16:42. Did Miss Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
And from this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Miss Bernhardt's still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
$22.50. What do we see Miss Bernhardt doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay. 4124, what do we see now?
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
Fast forward to 4404. Are they both writing?
Yes.
About 4822, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
Fast forwarded a little bit to 51 minutes. It appeared that Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
Fast forward to 54 minutes. It still appear that they're both looking through the pages and discussing them.
It does.
Now we're at 55:35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
Correct.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
We're at 59:34. Appears they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
Now we're at 1 minute or 1 hour, 1 minute and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
Detective, from your previous review of this surveillance video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
Can we get the lights, please? Detective, do you recall the date that video was collected? I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before Miss Adelson met with the state attorney's office. I'm sorry, Miss Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Detective, that's the day after Miss Barnhart told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-exam. You may.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's the script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Okay. And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th, tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
You didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went and found the video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No,
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
not to my knowledge.
In fact, didn't we consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was Christmas time. We talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214. All right, so we let's go to 4125. I think we already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819, so we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Nothing further.
For direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective, we know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
but we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
We have to rely on what Ms. Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Ms. Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
Correct.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense will do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Please approach.
Incoming Paul voice. Incoming Paul voice. Sean says most boring testimony of all time award goes to preach, church, amen, all those things, okay? Y'all, that was painful. I rejected. I've been doing like emails and stuff. I was like, getting out with this. Fact of the matter is this. You know, they're trying to sit here and, oh, they showed this, they showed that. They could have been playing crossword puzzles. I mean, is idiotic as Donna is, I mean, I would like to think that at some points in time she is being. Why? How do you say this? Oh, hey, Jackie, are you in the chat room? Wait, where's Jackie? Jackie, I got your latest email, but I haven't read through the whole thing yet. Where'd you go? I might have missed you, Jackie. I haven't been looking at the chat room for a minute. I rejected. Okay, Jackie says, I'll be the lady wearing all black with red glasses on her hair. Let me get back to it. So Jackie, y'all, lives there, works there. She's the one who I read the email about the context of, living in the same area where what's her name's house is, Wendi. In the way here, but yeah, no line to get in, but I have a ton of leave during that break. Okay, cool. So 2:39. Okay, so Jackie's getting the direct T. Jackie's getting the direct T. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Hey. Oh, thank you, Peachy King, for being here and watching. I appreciate you. I mean, the whole room in there has to be like, we are done. We are done. Beep, 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 beep. Say, oh. You want to do little ground noises for everybody? You can't just jump up and go. You have to get kisses first. Man. Yeah, Jackie, if you're listening, we need tea on the jury. Are they awake? Are they okay? Do they need hugs? Do they need honey buns? Donna's like, Charlie, I don't think I'm going home, Charlie. It's okay. We've lived a nice life. I'm comfortable in here. I've got my new little sunshine. She doesn't talk back like Wendi does. She actually talks to me, unlike Wendi. You know, Donna, just okay.
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for the day. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Hey ho, hey ho, Donna, wanna, gonna. Hey, oh, hey, yo.
everyone can be seated. Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir. That was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
She better be good. Flying in. Javi, I'm doing good, baby. They've got honey buns, the kind with the little cream on it and everything. Jackie, okay, Jackie, they're asking us to wait until the jurors have left the building. Okay, so Jackie's getting the tea. She's out there outside. She's outside. She's watching. So y'all, for those that missed it, so Jackie lives there in the area. She works there in the area. She's been there for a while. She lives in the same neighborhood as Wendi, and she was breaking it down for me in an email, the driving patterns that Wendi took to go to the liquor store for her, let's just call it the alibi, and basically breaking it down to there's zero reason why she should have ever gone that way. Where Wendi was going later in the day, there was already a store there. You know, we know this, right? Like this is pretty obvious, right? But it's also very interesting to see how Wendi plays it off on a level of, if you're not familiar with it, then you wouldn't know. But like a local like Jackie, it's like, hey, why would you go do blank? This is already here and you're already going to brunch there, that kind of a thing. So her Charlie will be on tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see if he is. So this is a fascinating day because we had the defense presenting all their people. It's the defense's time to shine, and we've seen how it went. Okay, so we had personal friends up there for more or less personal witnesses who they, in my opinion, were shown to be dishonest people, and that we're going to get there and lie for the Adelsons. We had the one lady come out there to try and discredit the FBI. A lot of time is spent, just to sum it up, with, pardon me, the defense trying to discredit the prison informant, the jail informant. Hold on. Let me get y'all up here. Let me mute this. There we go. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get back over here. There we go. So trying to discredit the prison, or I keep calling that the jailhouse informants, as well as just what I would consider character witnesses. People getting up there saying, hey, it was, I was the one who suggested to do a one-way ticket. But these things were pretty much shot down. Now, the realtor, like that's just one of the things where it's a waste of time. So they were looking at houses for them to move there. Well, this is before they separated. This shows us that the defense is really grasping at straws. But again, they're going to take that money and they're going to go put it in the bank, right? So now the big holdout here is Charlie going to testify tomorrow? I believe Jackie says she saw some rumblings about he might get on there. So we'll see. Time will tell, right? So we're kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern with that. So you heard what they said. They're going to be back on at 8:45. Start at 8:45 tomorrow. So that's what we'll do. We'll pick back up then. We'll be streaming all day tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and log off so that I can get some stuff done here around the house and record videos and do all that kind of stuff. As usual, as always, thank you, mods, for being here. Thank you for making it possible. Now, many of the mods are headed off to CrimeCon tomorrow, and so they are going to be there. We'll be doing some kind of a live chat Friday evening. And they're going to have their stuff hooked up over there, and we'll be doing a live chat here and kind of conversing with people. So that'll be fun to see who's there and what's going on and yada, 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 and all the fun stuff, and to see what Civil Squad members are there. So that'll be sometime Friday evening, kind of like what we were planning on doing originally. It's just I'm not going to be there. I'll be virtually here. So yeah, so that's it. But I appreciate you, Civil Squad, for suffering through this testimony with me today. Thank you, mods, for keeping the cushions flush and everything going. And that is it. We will see y'all at 8:45 in the morning. And y'all have a good evening, and more Donna and Charlie and Harvey tomorrow. We'll close out with Slow Morrison's Ode to the Sofa, and I will see y'all in
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough, join the family. It's all love while we laugh at first criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh please, the puppies need me. Oh please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, 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 come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.